Let's go.
In the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing, the AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s, showcasing new projects and giving you clues, just do your own research.
Good morning, my friends, and happy holidays to everybody. It is Christmas Eve here in the States and across the world, right? And I think Christmas is mostly global, not recognized by everybody, and that's okay. And everyone celebrates life and tradition in their own way. But we do celebrate Christmas in the Peace Love household, and the majority of our contributors in DeOrganized as well. So we will be having a light run over the next couple of days. We're still going to do our streams. We still are giving our community an opportunity to enter and win 200 STX. We still have daily entries today, tomorrow, and Friday, and through the end of the year. Contest is open for the morning. So today's question: if you could give one crypto lesson as a holiday gift, what would it be? Mine would be to make sure you don't chase, know what you're getting into, don't FOMO into projects. Usually if there's that kind of hype going on, my light went off. Oh no. I might need a new my buttons aren't working now again too. Oh well. I'll have to fix that later. Oh, there we go. All right, it's on again. See if it stays on. Yeah, so don't chase things. If usually if things have already gotten extra hyped, you might have missed it. It might be a good project, but you might want to wait for things to cool off before you engage in it further and put any assets to accumulate it. Anyway, that is the day. I don't think we're not doing a live show. I might put a news thread together. I don't know. Just to keep everyone informed on what's going on. I may or may not. I haven't decided yet. But we will be running content throughout the day. We've had a ton of guests. There's so much going on in our ecosystem. People building on Bitcoin, building on stacks, and we have tons of content to share with you. Recent content about a bunch of projects. I'm going to lead in, I think, with our segment about Tenero and what Rubes is building with Tenero. It's an extension of STX tools, a great project. One of Stacky as the most used platform or a project on stacks. I use it daily. STX tools. We use it as a prop in our shows oftentimes. I say a prop. It's a great place to get data and also display the data. So we use the data display as a prop on screen is what I mean. It's very functional and usable. So again, I'm going to pin that right now before I forget. Easy to forget stuff today because I'm trying to get other things done while I'm not running live content for a few hours this morning like we normally do. But the post is pinned to the DeOrganized page. It's DeOrganized at DeOrganized BTC. And all you have to do is go down in the comments and let us know if you could give one crypto lesson as a holiday gift, what would it be? Let us know in the comments. Looking forward to hearing your replies, calculating or tabulating your entries, and seeing who has the most entries. We've actually gotten a lot of participation over the last couple of weeks. It took a little while. Earlier on, it wasn't as engaging as it was new for us. But as our community and our regular viewers have noticed and started participating, it's real easy lift. It's not hard to get into. You just got to comment once a day. It can be all day. We run the streams all day, so you have a large window. If the stream is active, your entries still count. And we typically run the stream until like 5 or 6 o'clock at night most days. Might end them a little bit earlier over the next couple of days. I haven't decided. It'll depend on what kind of activity we're getting and whatnot. But again, Happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everybody. We're rounding out the year. Things are good, even though not everything is exactly how we want it. But if you step back, you zoom out, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of opportunity moving forward, and I'm excited about 2026, not just for DeOrganized, not just for Stacks, not just for Bitcoin, but for humanity. I think that we have a lot of tools coming online. We have a lot of work to do. You know, we still need to set some minds right. And that's actually our biggest challenge, is helping people see things from a perspective of positivity, but also maybe establishing that working harder is okay as long as you're also working smarter, and putting your efforts to the best use for you, and not what you think somebody else wants. Unless your goal is to provide value to others, and then you absolutely need to know how to best do that. You know, and that's part of working smarter versus harder. Anyway, I will sign off. We're getting into the dangerous realm of a peace love monologue. Nobody wants that. So I'm going to put on some repeat content. I might check in with a quick news update later on. I haven't decided, but not obligating myself. Depends on what else I get done early. Much love to you all, and I will definitely talk to you guys tomorrow morning, on Christmas morning, to launch the stream. And we will have content all day, so you guys can tune in all day to catch up on things you might have missed over the last few weeks, of so many things we've covered. I think we've covered like close to 20 projects this month so far, and that's a big lift for us. That's a lot. I know we only have about 22 broadcast days. We don't always have a guest every morning, or a featured project every morning. We always actually have the chads, right? We do our conversations, we play the games, Find2Earn. We will definitely be back with a more regular and set schedule for Find2Earn going into the new year, by the way. That's not going away. We just had to figure out some of the, there's some technical things lining up, schedules and stuff like that. Zenitron's very busy with some of the stuff he's working on. So we'll have a more clear-cut design heading into next week, heading into the new year, and we definitely will be bringing those back regularly. We're not getting away from doing those. I love playing games with you guys, but it might be a different scenario. It might not be as long of a segment. Might be shorter games, quicker games, and maybe not quite as many games every day. We're not quite sure how we're going to line it up yet, but it is coming back. We're not completely going away from it. Much love to everybody. Merry Christmas, and we'll see y'all soon. Peace out. Speaking of interesting concepts, you know, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, you know, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, you know, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, you know, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they've carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have Xverse, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use SPX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know it's the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fund ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner. And also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which, you won't have to leave Tenero. You'll be able to swap within that. And that will kick off with, we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap the Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live. You don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart, again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pools. So this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools. Now, Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have LR, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say, for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet, maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just, 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume. And this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
You have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is. And now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems, lots more features. This is just the V1. And like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from like a stacks point, it opens stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO. So
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Kind of. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You know, you buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember the whole new user base to, you know, that wouldn't see, you know, stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be, this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. You introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. You know, first days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a like pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that, you know, people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You know, I mean, you come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. You know, there's a reason why people support your projects, because you're the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things. You're obviously upfront. People know, you know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality, and this definitely seems like a well done project now. And you know, one of the things that we're excited about, you know, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. You know, people on Spark and or people on the Sports Fun website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of, you know, certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. You know, there's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are, you know, kind of heads down, and sometimes, you know, this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And yeah, it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual, you know, design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, you would actually, talked about him the other day, and then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like I'm
Yeah.
following him, but he's
Well,
he's just,
I got the vote for it, and I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me. Actually, technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
no, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time, it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden, it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that that are in test net or not even quite at test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. So when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people like the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, that content side out, and kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening, and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on, and maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1, like.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon, except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through Stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy Stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in.
Yeah.
You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC Fi or just TFI as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. Like, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about as well, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for Stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think Stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. It's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching fast blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about, this is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always, but I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. You know, obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and you know,
that was so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on, I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show, I think. It wasn't live, I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5-6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, you know, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw...
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, yeah. From I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." Like, I would not have seen that. You know, if it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. It was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. You know, lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us. And we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now. We're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know, people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from BitFlow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, you know, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, you know, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show, and appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from BitFlow.
Takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. Even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So. We started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and it's I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption, That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to, the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey,
what's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. and I can appreciate that being an issue there. GP,
Yeah, but I
we're
mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. Like, so again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is, and even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors, a lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, you know, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, you know, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, you know, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really. Right now, I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they had the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that. This is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as, an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that, is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That, again, it for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and in the end, they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. and this was their, the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we'll
I actually don't. I don't see it really. Right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well. And then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is. The question that it's posing is, will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's It's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true, so that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right, so you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have
Wow.
7. My oldest is 29. I'm old, and my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear it. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called I Am Not Your Bruh, and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way, in the short term,
it is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I have, I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, nope, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, I would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
Thank you. Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
That's
at
Give him a
Bitcoin
follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I
informed
give you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
All right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
Hey.
a rock star. You've been making this circuit.
Yes.
You've been on every. I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I'm gonna set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friend. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks Hacker House, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the stacks since the last year, because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of nice here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on stacks. I want to get hands on stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place, and I got into the hacker house. And that's where I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet and with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent. Maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is, and what is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So, for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X42. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X42, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with B2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least, not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created, it's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for, but they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token, so I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this. Because now, let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stable coins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC, I don't have enough USDC right now, the protocol can give me credit so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
So yeah, I'm just just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on Stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token. And that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic. And in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Dope. We have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about
yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that, the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I think it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a string of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about X402 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is $5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 3 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with X402.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agent is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks, they can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, maybe you can pay for the DoorDash, you can pay for LLMs, you can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. You know, we knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And you know, we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community. And it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, you know, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh, yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was
I
right.
was nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're going to get to talk to Jamie F., Mr. Bain, and two of the next artists that are going to be contributing to Dogtails. So really excited for this first inaugural episode. And yeah, let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F. in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace Love Music, and GP, myself, in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You know, Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to you know, help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about, you know, your idea surrounding Dogtails and you know, how it came to fruition, and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work. Really, we're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves. But the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of, it's quite poetic and quite, you know, it's pretty cool. So, and we built on that with Dogtails, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which, you know, we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. And then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's a, you know, musical, cultural, revolutionary icon. And all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, you know, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were.
Good morning, Lily. How are you today?
Good
I'm
morning.
good. How are you guys?
Good.
Morning.
I'm Peace. This is GP and 300.
Hey guys. I'm Lily.
Lily, what's up?
Good morning.
Very
Nice to
happy
meet
have
you.
today.
Yeah, you guys too.
Happy to
Where
have
are
you
guys
here.
from? Calling from the States, I guess, I'm assuming.
Yeah, East Coast.
I'm East Coast, GP's East Coast. Hana's in Zimbabwe.
Oh, sick.
Africa, Zimbabwe.
Let's go.
Yeah, we have a very broad community. We got a lot of people participating in this project from all over Africa, South, you know, LATAM, friends in Europe, Asia, all over, Australia.
Nice. I was just in Argentina, actually.
Oh, were you down? We were for Dev Connect.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's where I met Aditi at your booth over there. That's how we got introduced.
Yeah, it was a really good conference. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was very packed. The travel was a little tough for me both ways.
Yeah.
But, where are you located? You're in the U.S.?
I'm in Toronto, actually.
Toronto. So like the 51st state, as Blockface said.
It's not that far, you know. It's like an hour flight to New York, so.
Yeah, it's not far at all. I'm in New England, so I'm like a 3-hour drive to New York. Tinderly, what's up, man? Tinderly's joining us. How are you doing, man? You with us? Oh,
Cinderly, what's up?
Cinderly might be having some connectivity issues, or he wasn't expecting us to have a guest. So we don't always have guests. Sometimes we just hang out and chat. So Lily, tell us a little bit about. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about Para, whatever you want to talk about, really. But we are very much so. Just to kind of give you a little background of what we do. Obviously, we're a little bit stacks focused. We're Bitcoin stacks oriented. However, we're crypto oriented. We are not chain maxis by any stretch. We love all sorts of options developing on whatever chain. And you guys are offering multiple chain solutions. And something that we've been calling onboard your mom type of technology.
I love that.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing with Para.
Yeah. So my role, call it growth. You know, one of those all-encompassing sort of positions. And I've been with Para for like about 8 months ish. I guess to like start off, like the way that I got involved with this project, I think is like maybe helpful for understanding it. So my background is in decentralized science. I was trying to onboard your mom, basically. I was working with scientists who are really not familiar with crypto in general. Very smart people, like some of the smartest, I would say. But they didn't have any familiarity with just like crypto as a concept or anything. We're trying to use basically blockchain tech to make science better in a lot of ways, make it more open, make it more accessible. And I do think, I like very much believe in that ethos still. I think that a lot of science is broken and blockchain tech can help that. But the place that we were getting stuck is like none of this was working because we couldn't get users because we couldn't onboard them.
Yeah, right.
It
like,
was just,
the non-native crowd is hard to access.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was like very much an issue. We tried a number of options. At the time, we were trying another somewhat analogous product to Para that I won't name, but that didn't work because we needed to onboard them to multiple applications, and it only worked in one application. So I was just like, basically, it's very frustrating to build something that's very helpful, but you can't get to anyone. There's like no distribution, basically. So I kind of took a step back. I have a background in like user experience and product, and I was like, how is this fixed, right? You know, I'm like, so I was like, okay, leaving decentralized science, start looking around, talking to my friends a lot. Someone mentions Para, and they're like, yeah, you can onboard on one application with Para using your email, and then go somewhere else and sign in with your email and not have to create a new wallet. And like, that sounds so basic. That sounds like step one of like crypto in general, but
right, it's necessary actually to onboard.
Yeah,
it's there's tons of friction without being able to do it this way.
Exactly. So I got super excited and I was like, I need to work on this project. So I just basically tracked them down and sending them messages and everything. And yeah, it's been really cool. So Para, if you kind of got a bit from that, is an embedded wallet. It's infrastructure. So you wouldn't have like download a Para app. An app builder would integrate Para into their application as like a front end SDK. It can actually work as like a headless, just like wallet generation in the background. So for a lot of like fintechs, that's quite exciting. We got mobile, we got web, we got basically anywhere you need to integrate onboarding wallets and or onboarding, Para can get in there. So there's a huge kind of swath of applications there. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, we do any EVM, like L1 if you want to do, like you want to build on Base, you want to build on, I don't know, Mana, pretty much anything there, Solana and Cosmos and Bitcoin in the roadmap actually. So
Bitcoin's in the roadmap?
Yeah.
Very cool.
The handle is at get_para. Sorry, someone else in the chat.
Oh yeah. Get_para. I have it a GP. You can run them. You can put it up. It's it's also getpara.com is the website too.
Let me pull this guy up here.
and check it out. So you guys definitely need to be following Para here. So that's get@Para or get_Para there. This is sick. I want to be able to use one wallet for all of my apps across different chains. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I know you mentioned that we met in so you met Aditi in Argentina. That was like a useful demonstration in Para because the DevConnect app was using Para for their onboarding. So
I think I actually did. I went 2 days. We were down there I was down there with Stacks, and Stacks had a couple of satellite events that we worked. We had a hacker house down there. It was really great. But the first day I went, I was like super fast because I only had a little bit of time. And the second day was when I met with you guys, and it was the day that Cloudflare was down.
Oh my god!
For everybody,
and the internet at that conference too.
And the internet was garbage. That nothing worked, and it was like, but it was. There was definitely like still tons of people, tons of activity. It was really it was very encouraging for, and the conversations, because it was a largely, what I experienced there was a largely developer based audience too. So there was a lot of, it wasn't curious tourists kind of thing. Like we were at Bitcoin Vegas in May, and not that it was only that, but it was a lot of that too. Like it was a lot more retail and people like curious people that don't really know. Here it was devs. And so there was a lot of cool stuff happening. There's a lot of great stuff being developed. But what you guys are offering gives people an opportunity to connect with their wallet. They don't need a seed phrase. They don't even need to download a wallet app, essentially. Their app is kind of like it's embedded in the application that they're using. But if they go to another application that's also integrated with Para, they log in with their email address. They're getting the same wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like I was saying earlier, that sounds basic. It's not typically the case. We're able to do that because we use MPC. So that's the way that like the key is never actually brought together completely. So it's super secure. But that also means that it's portable. So we call it like universal wallets, basically. Like you can go to one place, sign in, go to another place, sign in, and all your assets, all of your NFTs, like anything that you have in your wallet ends up coming with you. So we actually see a lot of interest from ecosystems for this reason as well. So we have like ecosystems like Camp Network and Vana are using Para as their ecosystem wallet. So when you have like a Camp wallet or Vana wallet, you have users that basically like a new app comes to the ecosystem, they launch. You already have users that have funded wallets. An email click to log in, they don't even have to like open another app. And they're coming with assets already. So it's pretty cool that way. And that wallet can come with you outside the ecosystem as well. So.
What blockchains is Para supporting right now?
So EVM, Solana, and Cosmos at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin in the roadmap.
Bitcoin on the roadmap, yeah.
So we have, and that also means that Stacks could very well be in the roadmap down the line too, partly because one thing that we're working on in Stacks right now, a proposal in the Stacks ecosystem is you can use Bitcoin addresses as Stacks addresses, because every Bitcoin address can actually just derive a Stacks address out of it. So they're working on an update that allows sending Stacks and Stacks tokens just using the Bitcoin address. So that might even be, not that it's that hard to integrate with Clarity anyway. There's a lot of big brains over here. I'm sure we'll be happy to help, sort that out. But we may not even need to be able to start integrating into Stacks apps once that improvement proposal passes.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think like the composability and cross-chain, cross-network, etc. ethos is really kind of growing. I think that's like we were saying earlier, when we're trying to onboard people from outside of, like, you know, this deep, we're on a call this morning about these topics. Like, clearly we are very interested in them. But if I have my friend who thinks that I work on Bitcoin and I want to get her to try out an app, I want her to be able to just click sign in with email and not have to realize like which chain it's on and switch chain.
Right.
You know?
Right. That's the only way retail adoption happens. People need to not know they're using crypto, period. Almost.
Exactly.
You know, they don't need to, they're just using the app for whatever value add the app gives them in their life, and they don't have to think about it. That's the frictionless way. You know, that's how you onboard your mom. That's what we're working on here. Which we did have a Clarity is the main language on Stacks, and we did actually have an update to the Clarity language that allows developers to build with WebAuthn and passkey technology directly in like the Clarity smart contracts. But that's not necessarily, if you have a provider that's already providing the infrastructure for you, it makes it easier. Then that's and it's a safe and useful solution that saves the developers a lot of headache trying to adapt it that way.
Yeah. I think passkeys are really interesting. I mean, obviously, like there's also like the recent Fusaka fork on Ethereum, so I guess parallel to that with the passkeys addition there. We've been kind of talking about this idea of progressive onboarding. So we recently added one-click login to the features that we have, and we're putting that as kind of like the standard when you're building with Para. That's the standard login now, so it's basically just like click, log in with your email, you get in. We used to have like passkeys as you have to have passkeys basically. What you find is that not all, like if you're going to a country where people have not very modern phones, you know, not everyone has passkey access at the moment. we're moving towards that, but
everyone has email.
Everyone has email, yeah. So what we have as options now is one-click login. You can turn on password, like add a password. You can turn on add a PIN. You can turn on add a passkey. And the way that we're looking at this is like, we have something called guest mode, where you can actually explore an application without even signing in at all or creating an account. So it like provisions a wallet in the background. It's like pre-generates a wallet for this user. So just say like, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Blockchain, I don't know, or I don't know, some game. I just want to know what it does. I'm clicking on stuff, right? And then I got to a point where I actually fund my wallet. And I was like, okay, sign in with your email. You know, that's easy. Then I got really into it. I spend, you know, I'm like really generating some money, or maybe I want to like onboard some on-ramp some funds, or maybe I want to like take some money out of it, whatever. At that point, we allow the builders to say, okay, like this is a good time for you to add a passkey to your account, secure it a little bit more. You have a lot of funds in there, you know. But it's not kind of immediately like, hey, let's go download this application. It's called MetaMask. You have to write down 12 words. Don't show anyone those words, but put them somewhere that you will not lose them.
But don't put them on your computer. Don't take a picture of them. You have to write them down, like the old-fashioned way. People get a hand cramp, especially if you do 24 words. Yeah, it is. It's a problem that needs to be solved, and there definitely are a number of solutions in the marketplace, but you guys definitely seem to be well on your way to meaningfully provide options in the marketplace for this. Very, very cool stuff. And so like one of our friends in the ecosystem, he goes by Crypto Dude, and he's built a handful of very cool projects. There's one called BoostX that you can send and receive stacks using BNS names, which is a stacks, .btc names. If you have it in your X handle, you can actually like send people stacks through X. Really cool stuff. Cool. Another thing, him and GP are working on a project called Cryptonauts, where they have integrated the Stacks wallet with Unreal Engine. They're building a game that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem, so you can basically engage with token gating in levels or on-chain assets and stuff like that. And so they're going to have a product that will appeal to the non-native crypto crowd, and we need to figure out ways to be able to make it easier for these people to onboard, not have to go to get your Leather wallet or your Xverse wallet and download it, write down the seed phrase. Like that's too complicated for a project like that to grow.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of it's also not a lot of risk. It's not a high deposit platform when you're newly getting started. So there's not a lot of risk there without the passkey and all of that stuff when they first onboard. So we've talked about this a lot as far as like when you're going to onboard, you don't need as much risk mitigation as to when you're going to start really engaging in larger fund transactions. And that's the point where you really want to push those security measures and make sure that they're, when they are self-custodying, that they know how to do it safely.
Yeah, exactly.
But we got to get them in before we can educate them.
Exactly.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's really like you need to figure out how to, I don't know, not scare people off. I mean, I know myself, like if something is asking me like 4 questions when I sign up, I'm gonna go back to that. Just like,
to be honest with you, none of us has the time. We're all inundated with an endless stream of information, more tasks to complete all the time. So I don't have the time. Like there have definitely been times where people have asked me to try out projects. And like, I'm not a big Solana user, so I would have to go, like my Solana wallet's on my phone, but I can't really test that stuff on my phone. I got to go on my machine. So I have to download an app and install it. And then like 2 minutes into that process, I already got a message that's taking me away from it. And I'm never getting back to it. It's too long.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we connect with a lot of KYC providers. We don't do KYC. That's like, you can add it in really easily with Para. But for me, I think the next frontier is also like KYC that works in a similar way where you have to KYC once in your life. And then
and it stays with your wallet. That would be just too easy, right?
Ideally, yeah. That's like the dream, I think that's,
Well, the dream would be that they stop.
Yes.
That they stop forcing.
Yes.
That they stop treating us all like we're criminals until we prove otherwise. But
what do you need to know about me so bad?
Well, that's not the debate here, but we will we have feelings about that on this show. We do not care for. I mean, you do what you got to do, right? I'm KYC'd on a bunch of stuff because you have to.
Yeah.
But the ethic behind it kind of puts the government in a position that it's not supposed to be with the way we wrote the Constitution a couple hundred years ago in the U.S. It doesn't quite jive because it holds people guilty until proven innocent. It's just it's the backwards way of doing it, and it also gives it also creates a barrier to entry for, it establishes traditional financial institutions as being more in control because they're able to absorb the cost of doing that. And so it makes it harder. But if you're going to engage, you got to engage along the rules that are set for us. And so we have to follow them. So if you can do that more easily, by all means, we should explore that.
How do you guys feel about like ZK? Like KYC stuff?
I just think it's ZK?
Yeah, like it's like revealing that you are a human, you exist in this place, but it doesn't say anything to anyone about you yourself.
Well, it's better than if it's in a centralized database for it to be exploited somewhere, right? At least it's a little bit more consumer protective. But I don't know if it actually preserves I still don't understand why I have to KYC to spend my money. Like I have to prove that it's not that I didn't do anything wrong to have it to begin with. I don't like it. I don't like that part.
Freedom to transact.
Right. The whole purpose of a decentralized exchange network is so that nobody can be cut off. KYC is a method to try to cut people off. So it's anathema to the ethos that we also adhere to the Bitcoin ethos. Decentralized, distributed, trustless, permissionless, all of that, and just borderless, censorship resistance, and that's KYC is opposite of censorship resistance, in my opinion. But I also think that we need to keep society safe. I'm not a maxi on any position. I just think that we've gone a little bit too far in the surveillance state side of things. So anyway, I didn't mean to. That's not the tangent we wanted to go on here.
No, I think it's interesting. I mean, like, do you think that like the so you guys are like, I would say you sound like you're a bit more on like the builder side, like you have a lot of interest in the infrastructure on things that are happening with Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
But then you do find like a lot of people coming from like a very traditional financial background coming into the Bitcoin space, like that's like their first
now
to crypto. So you feel like there's like kind of like a dichotomy there between the two?
Yes, I do. I think that there's actually like, for instance, Stripe. So there's a hardware product that came out of our community called Rider Wallet. It's like a tap to. It's like a hardware device that you just tap it on your phone and signs your wallet. It's really cool. They're a hardware provider, and Stripe just took away their ability. They were approved for payments on Stripe. Stripe just canceled their ability to engage in payments. Well, why would Stripe do that? Well, they're saying it has to. They're treating non-custodial service providers as being a risk for transacting, which is in Stripe and their partners' interests, because they are TradFi. They want to control the flow of money. They want it all to go through them, and so they don't want to empower self-custody, non-custodial solutions to let people transact. That's my opinion is that they're probably lobbying specifically to allow them to limit more so that way. So I think that there is absolutely a concerted effort by the established players to control. I mean, that's what they're going to do, right? If they can control it, they will control it. And so any way that they can, they will.
Yeah. I guess with the Genius Act too, there's a little bit more establishment in what you can and can't do, right? So.
Right. And we need it's complex. It's not just a dichotomy, because there's merit on both sides. And even so it's broader than just say you're either this way or that way. But we really they have a lot more resources with which to establish their preferred thesis. So it's important that we balance it out.
Yeah. Find a middle ground.
Make sure we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The whole purpose, we don't just want banking 2.0 with blockchains.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been writing about that on Twitter lately. I've seen a lot of think pieces in the last couple of weeks, even as we kind of move towards a lot of larger players getting involved in this space. I think we have to figure out how the existing products, companies, just interested people work into that.
Yeah, exactly. Just how do we protect the rights of the individual to just transact without any kind of imposition on that process unnecessarily, and it's not easy, but projects like what you guys are doing are actually helping us, with the rails to be able to figure it out. How do we do it? So I love that. Really, really interesting stuff you guys got going on over there.
Thank you.
Now, you guys, is it the one click login? That's something you guys just rolled out, I think, right?
Yes, I was like hoping to demo it, and I realized that the vast majority of our projects that are using it right now are on mobile, because mobile is like you really want to get them through, right?
Yeah, that's where your growth is going to happen.
Exactly. But yeah, if you did use the DevConnect, I think you said that there was like Wi-Fi issues there, but the DevConnect app was there. That was really interesting because it was like at scale. Like we had like, I don't know how many people were at that conference, like 15,000 or something. Like
it was a lot.
For that.
It was very busy.
And a lot of people like they just signed in, got their ticket, and then kind of opened it later. And a few people, not a few, like a number of people I went up to, I was like, oh yeah, because you know you have a wallet, and they're like, oh, I have a wallet? Oh, sick! Like I have a wallet. Like I just put my email in, and oh yeah, oh, and you can get money from Peanut, you know, whatever, like that sort of thing. So that was pretty cool, to be able to have like that one-click sort of sign-on. I've also rolled out a number of other features, which I think are, today we posted a blog, which should be going live in 1 minute, I believe. Just kind of announcing a bunch of new features. Like we have like send functionality now. You can link your accounts. I think this is really cool, actually, the account linking thing, because you can link, say like your Twitter, or you know, like your other wallet, like your MetaMask, maybe, all these things to your account, and this sort of builds more of like an identity. But it's like you decide what your identity, or you could just sign in with your email. You have this like wallet.
So I can connect my. So I have a. So is it considered a para wallet?
Yeah, I mean, it acts like a typical wallet, and we have like a lot of AI providers as well, so it's my account. But for like intents and purposes of discussion, it makes it a lot easier if I say para wallet. You can export your private key if that's something that you want to do as well. So it is
you can actually restore the wallet, and you can restore your wallets in another wallet app.
Yeah. So like a really big thing for us is that we're not custodial. Like it's always the users. We have no control over the wallet. The application that has integrated Para has no control over the wallet. So
right, and that's the big unlock here for app providers, because otherwise, to make it easy, you would actually have to you'd basically be custodying the wallets, and that's not good. That's too much risk for the providers.
Yeah.
And it's not really best for the consumer either. So the solution here is just making it easier for the consumers to have a wallet, to use a wallet, but it's still self-custodial.
Yeah, and I think that it actually really helps, like in kind of unexpected ways as well. Like we have like a project building with Para called Decal, and they're working on like payments with Solana, so it can like payments at a terminal at a cafe, and you know they're thinking about adding point systems, right? You can see that point system throughout, say like all 4 locations of this local cafe. But then what if that point system also translates to, say, the bar down the street, or I don't know, like the local grocer? The fact that it's not like we have this universal wallets actually allows more of like a network effect, and more of it gives the ability for the provider to offer like.
Right, it makes it easier to work within one standardization.
Exactly.
On a number of different ways of however you're going to interact. For this use case, we have this, and we know how to integrate it with your current POS system.
Yeah, and then I'm like coming with my points from the grocery store. They're with me here, like what if we have like small business points, like that. It doesn't make it more complicated.
Oh, right. You could actually onboard small businesses into a small business network to share points.
Exactly. Yeah, and just kind of getting like this whole it's ecosystems and networks that develop when you let the user have self-custody of their wallet. Like it doesn't lock them into one product, basically.
Very cool. So we actually have a segment we do, and I don't think I explained this to you, and I apologize. We normally go at 9:30, so we've actually had a little bit of a hot and cold with this. We haven't been running. We used to do it every single day, but in the wings we have our friend Zenatron, who we call the Game Master. We do a regular daily game show. where we have people come on. It's sponsored by a bunch of the meme coins on Stacks, and Zenitron comes on. We launch it through. He has a project. He's the founder of a project called Skullcoin. It's an on-chain treasure hunt game. We play a live version where he drops a starting location in Google Maps and an image that you're going to find in Google Street View. We have a few rounds we do. People come in and play. They have to. It's played on our X account. Would love to have you stay and join us, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Awesome.
Should you go get some ball?
I'm going to take a quick commercial break, play a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, and we'll be back with the Game Master for Find2Earn rounds momentarily. And Lily's going to stay and play. Lily, do me a favor. Do you see the whoops, I just turned off the wrong one here. Do you see the private chat in the bottom?
Just chat. Oh, private chat. Oh yeah, I see it. Bottom left.
Put your X handle there, and we'll have Zenitron add you. We do a whitelist round where it's only for new players. So we'll have you on the whitelist, so you might be able to win some Stacks tokens today. All right, we'll be back, guys. Stay tuned.
So we want to define the storage map. Which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
We said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now we want it to be keyed by the user, and what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read-only.
Read-only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right? Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there? At the bottom. Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then? Default to. Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from? The first one we created. Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. The guy grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we define. Who? There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. Where are we at the time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In Clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here. Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
Okay,
that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote about putting a contract. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward. It's part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain. Because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get for being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that. But for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks. But it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization. It's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid. And they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the Bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. So it's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. Anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully y'all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up accordingly. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about 1.5 minutes, so we're good.
Chicago, you're cholo.beats. Yeah, I totally. No wonder it wouldn't let me get that name. I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
Have some company from there. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna wanna look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Ah,
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Oh, if there's any questions, we need questions for a couple minutes if anybody has any. Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Gonna switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see
Here we
y'all
are,
later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize there was a Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you just hold this on that for a minute? Sure. He's a man.
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to cover it. But this brief summary is super important and deeply kind starts with that. Here, principle. Now, downloading 80 development and pass on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase the member adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and resolve ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, The idea was launched the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was the perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 contracts in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the Nakamura happens. 1.3 Bitcoin Visa was the event and our perfect to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25 to India. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 is a shift plan. We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We can think about many developers from Latin America here.
You're officially a DeOrganized
camp. Very exciting for us. Have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Brother Black, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results you didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us to have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 stacks-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like P2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, by Coding Hackathon, came from LATAM. Rather Labs, the first prize, the first place from this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our Clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most inclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, then
that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stacks ecosystem builder funnel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core, core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you're a builder, if you're an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption, and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stacks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America, as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the Stacks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major Stacks projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Obrigado.
Well done, Stacks Latam team. You guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angela. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so oh, I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw coding. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Yeah. Okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stats address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop's going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg-in and peg-out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there's obviously an official SBTC bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back in the Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
it's just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your stats address to me? Okay, yeah.
You can use it now.
Gotta get it. How about that?
Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me. I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have the UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting minted, freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom tablet address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. Pretty good. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's stats address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I mean, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right?
We can see it. Oh, we can see it.
Okay, from my angle, it's like blurred a little bit. But oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right. So let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, you sent me.
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice. Perfect. Update the code. All right. So this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. That's all right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tapper address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there was a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg well, first I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected actually. So let's go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right. So my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Yeah. Going back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay, this off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoin is went through. At the moment, it's probably inventful right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to, based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or a taproot address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a taproot address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more, to get more status updates or more information regarding that regarding the transaction, either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it.
Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC.
He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go! All because of his loud voice. Sometimes it's pretty loud.
And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So,
okay.
Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth.
Thank God for minimum.
So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am white. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for Dev Connect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, it's okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, you do.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh no, I wanted to wrap up 2 other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from StacksLex hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed, but once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody who's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
but I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know. Is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AIing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh,
because I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings and.
Well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're gonna have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And I'm just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like I really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now, very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also for the AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, communication. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From core to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Vinswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am. Like,
Like
I should have thought to put on my. I only have the T-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just T-shirt only. But I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks, what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up? What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was
Yeah.
really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games. And how
It was
was it?
insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East U.S. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Warts. Oh, a wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and I wouldn't, if to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunna every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on and what Kenny's building and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail. More institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. we've never really spotlighted FactFun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far has been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat. And then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bonding curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bonding curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FAC Fund launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide to. It hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options. But once you're there, it's locked in, and then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I
It's
also
high risk, I would say. Meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you. Like, the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bondingers is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around. Or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes.
Feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks, this also, when you engage in this, does it automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have FAC Fund runes associated with my FAC?
Yes, FAC Fund has edged runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the the official Stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts 1 block, 1 Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into Stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to if I log in, I can log in with my Leather or X1st wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFund. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFund account and I can connect my X. And
yeah.
So is that if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFund and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay. All right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right. So you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like inside your Chrome, you can connect.
Ah, so communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can
Yes,
participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man. Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so But Xverse should be pretty solid there.
Yeah.
I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, you know, as developers, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back and
this is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making so the bridge is, or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 70,138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we only have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The
And you see,
orange frog.
my transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested. That I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fact.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game because when you block, there's no way of like you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and punch
I punch you while you're blocking? Ah, I got
you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up. Right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no
sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple. Right? It's just but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
We again, I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you
start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to show this deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather.
Okay.
It went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Oh, hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. But somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
First time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So
Right.
if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here, and all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast, and it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like it's gonna take Bitcoin's never gonna be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. That's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this going to happen? So like, I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 mums. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 mums. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account. And your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace, Love, Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here, Peace, Love, Music, I'm going to sort of dox your...
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, no, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSE.BTC wallet. You know, is for transparency, right? You know, they can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics, let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game, and that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually that's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right? Or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android. And as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and yeah, you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is yeah, I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
that's how companies work. Like companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right,
this is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet, just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet, because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fund for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there. And that passkey can work in our...
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, Supabase, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. What the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfund or Deorg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right? We just
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund, right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a pass key.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SBTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool
without
idea.
a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a pass key. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your pass key, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Ryder, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like, who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. When you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Ryder, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something funny in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in leverage. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, actually though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy, and then therefore you do. But then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game, and so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be. It doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. He looks like. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I send 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see, instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2 or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. and if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. You know, I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. You know, the leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps Passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. Yeah. We talk often when we're not tied up with other things, but man, it's Hero saying, are you saying I'm a developer? Yeah, kind of, Hero. Yeah. You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy.
And talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. we need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. You know, it's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. You know, everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go. There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC. Simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fun/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 5:01 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fun for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you all.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on. Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. Those are all different kinds of logic that are a better language for the LLMs to actually understand.
Right.
So when it creates the PRD, then the PRD will be easier to understand for the next model. Quick question before all right, so what's it asking?
Quick roll. I'll just say, hey, I can help you with that. Quick question before I dive fully in and still deliver a complete PRD. What's your role in product? PM, CPO, founder, and what company project name should I reference in the PRD?
You probably don't even necessarily really need to do all that. I think you can actually just copy that PRD. So you're going to go, I just dropped are you familiar with lovable.com or
I know what it is, but I don't know the whole thing. God damn.
It's still writing.
Spitting out milestones? Look at that.
Yeah.
Once that's done, we're going to copy all of that and drop it into lovable.com.
Lovable.dev is...
lovable.dev, yeah.
There you go.
Why would you want to do this instead of just using Lovable, their own logic creator?
Well, PRD is really good at like structuring your product requirement document, but yeah, you could like just use Lovable, but like PRD is like meant for putting these.
The reason I'm doing it is because that's how they had me do it.
Yeah, the workflow.
Okay, because I'm using Bolt. Bolt is also almost the same as Lovable.
Is that Bolt.new?
Yeah.
So you should be able to paste that
Just
right
paste it here? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also using Google AI Studio, they also have the vibe coding where it's free.
I was so upset when I logged into Google AI Studio yesterday and saw that the video animation now requires a API key.
Yeah, I saw that too.
No more freebies.
Happy
at the very top, Rash. Go back to that. I'm sorry, at the top of the field there. At the top of the go to the top of that. And then right above that, just put make me a website for this PRD.
Here's a question I want to check. So the entire PRD, do you just copy and paste, or do you is it best normally to convert it into a JSON prompt and then paste it in here? And do you put in a negative prompt as well?
Yeah, it works too.
You can do that. You can do that. They didn't have me do that. My assignment was a little bit different because I was just basically making. I trained it on Bitflow and said I want to make a website specifically for Bitflow, but that is appealing to non-crypto native users like your mom or your aunt, or so someone that's non-crypto native, and it made it look like a bank website. That's
Let me see if I don't. Ever since spoke to Triana previously, we did a few things. The negative prompt thing has really helped tighten quite a bit of stuff. So I was always wondering that even what you're building now, does it for what website we're building, whatever we have done the entire PRD request now, if you convert into JSON prompt, is the outcome better? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Anna says it is, and I can see why it might be. They didn't have me do this last time, did they, guys? I don't remember now. To be honest with you, I'm not. I wasn't prepared well for this, Rash. I was supposed to do this, and it was. I was like, how did they do this?
Yeah, no, you didn't put it into a JSON last time, so it's going to be line for line. It's going to be a little bit longer as well. Yeah, we didn't use this step last time, but it might be
might be a better website. You can try it both ways.
You could edit different portions of it a little bit better.
Damn, you're right. The negative prompt is really
like it'll spit all of it out.
The way I prompt.
Yeah, it'll do it, Resh. Like it's crazy how far I was able to spin up a website for the Gigaverse using the same workflow.
That website is nice, bro.
Yeah, I got and I've got stacks. Like I've got the authentication flow and all that stuff. The dude helped me on that, so like you can connect your wallet to it. So I just need to go in and fine tune all the little things on the website.
Oh yeah, that's what I had to do too.
Oh, we got Blockface in the house. Welcome, Blockface.
He's like, Peace is struggling.
Hey, Blockface, what up?
Good morning.
Did somebody say pagan?
P-A-Y.
Just quote. Just say his name 3 times. Yeah, Pierce.
Boom, boom, boom.
Not the stack CMO. Not the stack. The stack CMO.
You is one.
So, Blockface, I was just inquiring with the gentleman here, all of them. The PRD, does it make any difference if you convert it into a JSON prompt and include a native prompt there, or just the PRD alone in normal writing style does the job?
You're asking fundamental questions which have libraries of people writing books about, if that makes sense right now. I apologize. Can you catch me up in terms of what you've done so far so that I can answer that question effectively?
Sure. So we were thinking in terms of what to literally vibe code today. And I was thinking like we were going back and forth. Do we make the stacks board? And I just remembered the $1 million website or web page that was created many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. So I said, oh, let's recreate that front end wise. And then we just find out in terms of description of what the website is about, what kind of style of the website we want, the demographics, and included a line. What was the line that you shared, to be honest?
Leverage,
Leverage, a Boolean.
propositional, predicate, propositional,
Yes.
modal, Boolean, and 3 orders of higher order logic to consider the critical success factors before diving into creating the PRD. So was it? That was all part of. That was all supposed to be in the chat PRD agent, right, Mike?
I love everything I'm seeing. I've never been more proud.
Let's go, dude.
Right. So then we just
Yes,
copy
sir.
that, and then we convert it into a. The discussion literally came that, oh, does it change? We put in a JSON, so we just convert it to JSON.
Oh wow!
And then
I've
we'll
never seen
just
that before. I've never actually done that step. That's even past what I've thought of. So congratulations. You're going past what I've thought of. That's genius.
That's thanks to 300.
That's a 3. Right, that's 300 trick.
That's so smart because the way I really wanted to answer your question is that these are statistical machines, which means that the same prompt in the same application in 2 separate windows are 2 different outcomes. Does that make sense?
Right, got you.
So that's kind of like the fundamental. So the question is, and I won't belabor the point, I want to continue, is so how might we reduce the probability of the outcome, which means how might we become more specific about what we want? And what you just showed me with Rihanna's innovation on the product requirements document into JSON, I'm telling you, if nerds are listening right now, they're all going to copy what you just did. By turning an idea to a product requirements document, and then once you have the PRD, which is a blog post, you then structure that data with JSON with specific values, you're going to 10 to 100x the specificity and decrease the probability in productive ways. So congratulations. I just wanted to say that.
Is it still working on the preview?
Yeah,
it's still working on this
But Blockface, wouldn't that mean that you are taking the job away from Lovable or any vibe code?
Look, there's whole products behind what you guys just did. I'm telling you. But what you're doing is perfect. Well, there it is.
Pixel Wall on Zoom 100.
Okay, now can you go back to the prompt on the bottom left-hand corner? Okay. So
you're not logged in, right?
He is logged in.
I'm logged in.
So we are going to iterate on what we've just done here.
Sure.
Some of this prompt engineering is knowing some of the magic spell words to sprinkle, right? So Pete mentioned a lot of it. Predicate, propositional, modal, Boolean, higher order logic, right? Because while these are statistical systems, they can also be used to express logic. And again, logic is how I try to remove probability from the equation, if that makes sense, right? If I can, anything we do with computers can be expressed as a statement of logic, and that's why, to give you an idea how important logic is what's taught in philosophy, and Peter Thiel did a degree in philosophy at Stanford, right? It's one of the hardest things you can do at school. But if you can get the machine to do it, hey, maybe you don't need to learn it. You know what I mean, right? So what I want to do is complete this, which means we're going to go from idea to PRD to JSON to lovable to prototyped and now to published. You see in the top right-hand corner the blue button. Let's see what happens when you click that.
This one publish?
That's right. Now, in the top right-hand corner, right beside that, you're going to see a pencil.
Right.
Now, can you type in your name and dash Stacks AI Guild? And now check mark. And now publish at the bottom once that little greeny guy goes away. Congratulations. The first iteration is complete.
Let's go.
Now you can click on that URL, Stacks AI Guild.
Which
right underneath publish. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Rash, can you drop that link in the private chat too, please?
Yep.
Congratulations, Rash. Rash, how do you feel?
Man, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I didn't know it was that, I wouldn't say that easy, but I wanted to get more understanding, very basic understanding, the logic that you wrote in terms of the predicate, the Boolean.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is? Because besides hearing words, I had no clue what that is.
It's have you ever come across these words?
No, a Boolean, yes, but not nothing else.
Okay. If I told you I had a GitHub for this already, would you believe me?
Why wouldn't I?
Do you mind pulling up this link?
I'm sorry.
I just dropped it in the chat. Yeah. To fully answer your question, you would have to take what I have here and put it into like Cursor or like Notebook LM, right?
Right.
So I just want to tell you, like, there's a complicated answer. I know you want to go deep by the questions you're asking. Not everyone asks what's the significance of these logical statements, right? And so I can tell you want to go deep. So if you look at the PDF there at the top, with the bracket 8, logic, prompt like an Egyptian, 10 months ago. Do you see that? Yeah, the third, go down one. There you go. So I came across someone on Twitter Spaces, and he was a bit of an eccentric, but he started roasting us on our prompting skills. And he's like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, what do you mean? We're fancy boys, you know? Right? And
fanciest.
Yeah, the fanciest of boys, EOIS. And he said, if you understand how programming happened in the first place, you ever heard of Noam Chomsky?
Yeah.
Right? You know, I think he wrote Manufacturing Consent.
I don't know what he wrote, but I definitely know his name.
Okay.
That's
So
mine.
before he got into kind of the political, geopolitical realm, he became famous for, I think it's called Chomsky grammar. And he did, I think, just groundbreaking work on language itself. And
He was the head of linguistics at MIT.
Okay, there you go. Right? And again, fact check me on this, because it's been a while since I've seen it, but without Noam Chomsky, I don't think we have programming languages the way they're written today fundamentally by John von Neumann and friends. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Someone had to really understand language and how we use it kind of ergonomically before we started programming with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so if you look at Chomsky's grammars, it's all around the logic of language and syllable and placement of information, because we know that, you know, adjective before noun versus adjective after noun sometimes mean completely different things. And so, again, I won't belabor the point, but that prompt, like an Egyptian, is pointing at chain of thought. You know how we talk about agents, right?
Yeah.
One agent does this. That's called chain of thought. You'll see COT, right? But how might we chain thought without an understanding of logic, logical expressions? I'll stop there. It's a really deep hole, or
Well, you know what, Michael? We really do need to start doing a regular, like a weekly or a couple days a week kind of segment with this stuff. Resh, by the way, what's your pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, so this I want to check with you. So for somebody who's doing pure vibe coding, Mike, let's say they literally wrote like a blog post, and then they, before going to JSON prompt, they speak to any LLM they're choosing, rewrite it in a condensed format, and let the LLM do that work, and also include a prompt like, how else would you improve this particular request or prompt? And then when it spits out that and you read, you're happy with that, and you ask it to convert into a JSON prompt, does that do all the action of what you ask it to do, like that the prompt of make sure it's predicate using all these different approaches? Does that already do that piece of work, or this line of prompt that you suggest putting in has to be added still?
What I think you're asking is, how might we achieve a level of specificity that I can be satisfied with before I give it to the lovable to create?
Yes, that is correct. But I'm also thinking, like, if I don't include that particular sentence that oh my god, piece is setting, yeah.
You're saying something significant, so take your time. I want to understand it. I know.
Piece was suggested that this particular
the logic.
Yeah, the logic. Yes, leverage, predicate, propositional, model, and boolean, and 3-order higher logic to consider the critical success. Now, if I do not, anybody who does not have access to this particular information, and they just type it out in any chosen LLM, but what they do is they also just speak it to LLM. Like, if you were to redesign what I rewrite what I do in a condensed format that anybody can understand, will it do what I just this particular line, or would it, or this line has to be included as well?
Keep in mind that the right answer for Gemini might be the wrong answer for Claude, might be the right answer for Lovable, might be the wrong answer for V0, or
sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, again, to adequately answer the point, I would, again, have to take a little while, but you are thinking about the right sequence, which is ideation, right? And then you get this PRD. Once you review the PRD, then you can refine into a JSON prompt. And what does JSON mean? It's showing what they call as key value pairs. So instead of saying, hey, I want a website and I kind of want the title to be this, and I kind of want the subtitle to be that, JSON says title, Rihanna Banana, subtitle, best artist on the planet, call to action, Rihanna, x.com, Rihanna, right? So it's the level of specificity that you're putting, and that level of specificity, just like it helps Rihanna make very specific movies and films, that JSON specificity of title this, subtitle this, call to action this, gives you that same power of specificity in creating prototypes with these LLMs.
Got you.
So it makes the specificity more understandable to the LLM.
Well, think about it like in real estate. There's one thing to have 100-page documents on a lease. It's another thing to have a data structure saying, rent or, piece, rentee, GPSC, amount of rent, this.
Right. It gives it. Right. It structures the data in a way that the LLM can understand it.
So what
and,
you said
and,
there,
and then put it and then use it in a way that we can then also understand it back.
So what you just said there is an actual formal term in data. So in data, we have unstructured data and we have structured data. Unstructured data is just a wall of text, like this transcript, right? No speaker identification. But once we add speaker identification to everything we've said,
it helps it makes the conversation make sense.
And
rather than it looks like a monologue of one person talking to themselves potentially.
Now, when you do PRD, it's
I can't listen. I can keep going, but Zenny's waiting.
All right, yeah.
And I do get. I'm sure the hunters
really
are waiting.
Yeah.
But by the way, guys, Resh, I know you got time. Thank you so much for joining. You're welcome to play. We're gonna play some Find2Earn games. You can hang out and play with us if you want to. If you don't have time, that's okay. But we'll talk again soon. Either way,
Mike, thanks very much, mate. I appreciate it.
And I will be back. We will be back momentarily with Find2Earn rounds after a quick word from our amazing marketing partners. Stay tuned. All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You know, you can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us where we, book back to back interviews on the same day. But,
you seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah. Like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started, we've been doing the daily live streams for, Monday through Friday for a little over, we're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute, good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the Bitflow guys, which is also they have their show today too. Last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. We don't want a centralized system. USDC coming to Stacks is great, but I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar, and then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And yeah, I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of kind of like Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine, and worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's really and it's always there's always kind of a steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, now I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Great.
So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build the blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So, Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and I thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like, I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that, there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin synthetic dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stable coins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on the blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to, with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like, I guess it could be like a public entity as well. That's like, I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can. The reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices on different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. You know, so if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
So that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 a profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is more or less on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere, you know. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's the community manager over at Zest amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago, and then we thought it would actually development on it would go a lot faster, and so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on.
Website and take a look. Just saying, let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well. At BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
This is good. BSD.money, and then BSD Money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral is earning, was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you know, you might kind of wonder why. Like, why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically, you know, roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage just anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in a skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot actually. So we've got, you know, a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling, like toolkit that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, you know, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, you know, my particular loan, like, you know, what do you recommend for, like, if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, you know, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And like, I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, you know? So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like, you know, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you, and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, you know, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and, you know, just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual, you know, live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You
Cool.
are on, sir.
Bullet 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. But you can see you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like this is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0 and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt, and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Yeah, exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So yeah, so you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then so if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually wind down your vault. So redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate, so another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then the market moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone, becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes. So you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is to create a service that you just delegate this to, and then you just tell the service my risk tolerance is the following. And it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so
Right.
you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to.
Correct. Well, you know, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are. So they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
right.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties, just code running. It's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. So for the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say like only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm gonna receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. I'll go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD that's before us. And then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so, yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can, at this point, like everything, like unlike like CFI loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CFI loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all, you know, you can do it.
So I
can,
can,
you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC, I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another, I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault. And then, that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk. And, or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here, this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, you know, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, you know, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands. And if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like, if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like, which is not, you know, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more. And then you can also repay. And then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242, and you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then, you can see like, this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it? I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw. I take out BSD. Or I create BSD. Borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, because it was a huge drawdown.
Yeah. So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put like, I don't know, 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically, again, like trading BSD for SBTC. So this is like the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time, and we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's like we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually, almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's like 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Like, does that change over time? Is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure. It's a pressure amount, and it like cools down over about 3 days. So like when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up. And then it like takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent like there's a few, I think, like kind of like game theory abuse vectors where you're just like redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to like cool down that behavior basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple of days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price. So
that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. It has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform. But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me, and like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just white
Either
lift.
one.
Address.
Yeah,
I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go. I know I told you it would probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot. And you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today, and then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks, so it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on, and thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fund, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, Oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where Oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe. It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
It actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
yeah.
familiar with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is, so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, you know. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure, it gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember it might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them. But you were talking to us about DIA. And why don't you tell us, well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA, that could be directly through another oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an oracle, right? So the oracle is actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds. so that you have a high amount of volume and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, one block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, you know, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage one. This is stuff that's happened, you know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, you know, that happened again on Binance, where, you know, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't
yeah,
realize.
I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero, some dead, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on
Atom went
Binance?
all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So, you know, there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is, you know, these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage one, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not, Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used, their API was being used as an Oracle for price.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is, obviously not high enough to match kind of the, you know, the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then, you know, it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage two. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquartile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a Guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set Guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Hold on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff. Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer 1 security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
exactly.
It's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if if you know you're going to, and I mean, that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money. you know, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. You know, so it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, you know, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. You know, with the with all the you know, the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting with you know, there's, you know, how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years. And you know, it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are you know, transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with this team Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, you know, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money. And if
yeah, where's the money? What's going on, right?
Right. It's crazy.
So, and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency,
Right.
of understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not having to trust anybody.
Exactly. No intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And, you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, that's exactly right, for sure. So,
and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned with, I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
Right.
And I got out of that just, again, I had a hunch. I had, you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for I'm not super flush, so it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so. Right. Good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to, the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing, more customizability today, more capital efficiency. And that's through something called like NAV-based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is like a net asset value feed. And very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So, for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, like I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go $1 peg. What's supposed to have $1 peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? Like I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So a lot has changed obviously since then, but like there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. You know, it's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, you know, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then you know, derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources, and then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side, and then have your market-based price for like redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to like that stage 3 security, where there's more, you know, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, you know, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, you know, held in reserve, which is essentially, you know, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys also support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or what? Or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks, essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to, say, trade Amazon after hours, essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you know, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And, you know, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third-party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking, for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, you know, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens, and then dApps able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think the trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is
For sure.
allowing this.
Well, and they're also Ondo's on base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe, I don't know, because it's on base. I don't know if that's
right.
I'm not sure how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. They may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from, and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults.
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just Oracle's. Verify the smart contract and see, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these 1 or 2 lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents, and it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head, but it's closer than I think we really. It seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, you know, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still, you know, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. You know, they're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
you have a guy that built subnets on Stacks with intents. It's crazy.
There you go. So basically with intents, you know, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is CowSwap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you know, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, you know, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now, let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, you know, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. So the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, bro, you are such a really nice, I love your personality, really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So, I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like generally we're supporting, we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support. And then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So when that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like crazy. Like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei, and I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. It measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH.
Yeah, it was well, because you could have there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10, $20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that and you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like you know, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right?
Right.
So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So,
Right.
you know, fingers crossed that, you know, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for you know dApps that are, you know, DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow, huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia, and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, you know, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
one thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, you know, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So Dia has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out Dia. It's, make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome.
Right
Have a good
on,
one,
right
Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks,
Yeah.
GP.
Peace, guys.
0% slippage with the new HODLMM concentrated liquidity market maker over at Bitflow. Awesome stuff going on over there. Well done, guys. Can't wait to play around more with it. And there is opportunities now for phase 2 of the beta testing going to launch soon. There'll be some boot camps helping people learn how to go through these later on in the month or maybe early December. And we're really excited about this project because it's really going to take trading on the Stacks ecosystem to the next level. You know, the liquidity provider opportunities are going to be really cool, and just 0% slippage on swaps is something we need, or way lower than 4%. The 4% slippage is probably something that's been holding the ecosystem back a little bit. I'm glad these guys are solving the problem over at Bitflow. Let me bring on the Chads. Stop sharing my screen. We got GP in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Good morning. Doing good, man. Doing good. Just getting started. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day. We got 300 in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
What's up? What's up? Peace. What's up, GP? Good to see you. Bizak on your camera. Awesome.
That's right. I forgot we had. This has been. You do look nice. You get a new camera.
Yes, dude.
It's actually better quality.
Got a new light too. So
so nice.
Might be the lighting.
Very cool. So I mentioned in the opener earlier today when I first opened the stream, you guys will be running the stream tomorrow without me, which is, I'm sure you guys can do it, but I just I like to remind everybody, give these guys an extra hard time tomorrow. They need. So my broker, right? My real estate broker, who's an old guy now, and I've been doing it for a long time. But when I first started, and he still says it to all the new guys, he used to say, I want you guys to have hard transactions. I want you guys to get beat up a little bit because that's how you learn. That's when things go smoothly. You don't learn how to tie it up. And we're easy here. We don't care. We're a little bit of out of the ordinary is kind of our thing anyway. So I'm sure you guys will do fantastic no matter what happens. But I do want you to get beat up a little bit. So people tune in, give these guys a hard time in the live chat, or don't. Give them support. Show them some love. I don't care. But just show up. Show up for the homies tomorrow.
It'll be a good time. Me and 3 have ran the show once or twice, one time or two. So
yeah, I mean, and you did the night show for forever. So you're not new to doing this. So
I think it'll be good for 3 to get a little bit of experience with the producing side of things. That'll be cool, man. It'll be good.
Yeah, I think so. We also got Nosferatu in the house. What's up, Nos? How you doing this morning? Nos is actually our newest producer as well. He's got some producer access. He's gonna come on. He's gonna help out a little bit, being supportive of the. Hunter has to ominously flex a little bit. All right, let me bring on our guest.
Also, go chain right here, son. Go chain right here. You ain't got that, do you?
I know. That's a win.
I win. Oh, nice. GP wins, right? GP got Jesus. GP got Jesus, so GP wins.
Everybody needs a little bit of Jesus. Everybody needs. Yeah. Where is Jesus?
Jesus? Oh, Jesus! You said
peace. Has he risen? There he is.
He has risen. Let's go.
He isn't, dog. Well, you don't need to put him closer to the camera or something. He blurred out. You can't blur out your Lord and Savior. Come on.
We have the homie white official Ovi Mars coming on.
Let's go.
Ovi, how are you today, man?
Hello. What's up? Good morning, GM, everyone.
Morning,
Good
brother.
morning. Good morning. Ovi is he's been in the ecosystem for a little while now, and he's a participant in Stacks D grants. And he's got a really cool project called, is it STX Works or Stacks Works?
Stacks Works. Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you? So, and you do. There's a lot to know about this guy. He does live streaming. He's a musician. He plays some music. He's really good. He can play the guitar. He can sing. And he also is a coder. And he does a regular live streaming on Binance as well, on the Binance platform. So, Ovi, why don't you? Now that I kind of spoiled everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just like I'm basically a physics enthusiast, and I've been a theoretical physicist and robotic engineer. So I've just switched up myself. I've been into media industry in Pakistan. Like it's been like 16 years I've been spending with the ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns with the different brands. And after that, I just realized to do something different in Web3. Then I've entered myself into different channels in Solana. Then I've just hopped out from there. Then Freddie is one of my first friend on Stacks, and he introduced me like why don't you hop into the Stacks ecosystem? I said okay, let's do it something. So I started with my token with like a white on Stack City. Then after that, I'm just trying to, working on some different applications and gamification stuff as well. I've been working as a VFX artist, CGI artist as well. And I do lots of things according to like acquiring or need, but I'm not stuck on a single thing. But gradually by the time I'm trying to change myself in somehow like to promote myself, promoting the ecosystem. I'm keep doing promoting on Binance, we have a team matrix actually. Individually on Binance, we have like 80K people whenever we do our live together. We always say ourselves like defenders of the assets. Every single one character is representing that different chain. I'm representing as an Stacks. You can visit the matrixclan.com. So we are 9 core members, and we are keep doing promoting the different chains. But mostly whenever I hop in, I always promote Stacks on Binance every day. Most people don't know about it in South Asia. So we do BTC party and give away to the people on a raffle wheel twice in a month. Yeah. So we are keep building our and keep expanding. We have another group which is Portal Latino from Latino gangs, and Alondra is in our.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we lost him. Goddamn.
We
and
did.
I know
We
GP was very in the Latino part. He's like, hey, Latino, Latino.
Let's go.
Hey.
Vamos. Vámonos. Let's go.
GP was interested in the Latina part.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino dude. We're like part Spanish. Yeah, like Spanish Asian.
I'm Italian, which is almost the same damn thing. So, I think he's back. I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. I heard it, but I don't see him. Might be having some trouble. So. I wish he was here because I would love to have him talk a little bit more specifically about his project. It's a freelance platform, so similar, not dissimilar to the gig marketplace piece at Zero Authority DAO, but a little bit different and its own take on the process. And it's basically a way to almost like a Fiverr, but on Stacks, where you can offer gigs, accept gigs. There's an escrow piece where you offer a gig, you put up some money. It can be Stacks or SBTC, and on there, he's still just working on it. It's a new project. It didn't exist before D grants. He's literally building this as a proposal for his D grant. He did submit his milestone 1. He has a testnet MVP piece that's a little bit, I was hoping we might even be able to try it out a little bit, but I don't have the link handy. Hopefully he'll be back. Let me actually see if he's DMing me. Now that you guys all saw all my DMs.
Let's go. Docs the DM. It goes down in the DM. It goes down in the DM. In the DM.
Good thing I don't talk shit about people in DMs.
Damn.
I don't really talk shit about underscore.
Just don't leak the group chat, yeah? Don't let everyone see the group chat. We be hiding alphas from
You mean the Stacks alpha
platform? While we are a media platform, we're going to gatekeep alpha, except you keep tuning into the organized. Then maybe, just maybe we give you all alpha. But until then, it's just gonna be in the group chat. Maybe.
Word. Are those sneakers behind you, bro?
Yeah. I'm a bit of
nice. You got a good test, bro.
I'm a bit of a sneakerhead.
Oh, I think he's back.
That's nice.
I think he's back, right? He's back.
Are you with us, OV?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for my bad.
Yeah, no worries, man. Honestly, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about STX Works? What your plan is for the platform moving forward, what it does, and where you're expecting it to go.
The thing is, like, that there are different platforms for freelancers and clients, and people are struggling with the KYC especially and getting the payment in the right way. And I've been experienced it in past years many times, and not getting the legit one people. Also, the different countries have a different governance terms and conditions according to the when you hop into the KYC stuff. So there is the way, like what we are integrating, the people can integrate here for confirmation. Also, the directly experts or Ledger wallet, you can connect it, and you don't need to. There is an escrow, and also we are implementing the NFTs leaderboard for clients and freelancers as well as a leaderboard, so they can gain some points and they can as an rewards. And the accumulating the BTC for everyone easily, the payments on SBTC and stacks, both options in it. And hopefully, like before what I'm targeting, like if it is executed from our back, the milestone 1 grants. So I'm pretty much sure, like it will be done by the mid of the December. Maybe by the first week of December, it will be beta test. It will be on for everyone.
Very good. So basically, if I want to offer, I have a job I need filled, and I want to offer it on the platform, I'll be able to go in as a I guess what's that
as
user?
A client, as a client, you are hopping.
Or right, I'd be a client, or well, I'd be a client. I wouldn't be a freelancer. So or a client hires the freelancer. So I would put there'd be a job board. I put up the job, and I put in the stacks or SBTC that I'm offering for the job. That gets escrowed as soon as I offer the job, or does it not get escrowed until somebody accepts the job?
Yes, until that accept the job. Once both are, because we include the chat system. So once they get agreed, then escrow will create it according to their compensation,
right. So
whatever
I have
agreed with together.
I post something with my scope of work, what I'm looking to do. Freelancers on the platform will see the job, and they'll be able to kind of get into a conversation. They'll be able to maybe bid for the job or something.
Yeah, maybe it can be a bit, because it depends on compensation. Once they got agreed with both of terms, then escrow will create it. So I'm trying to make more feasible. There are 4 milestones on each client. Once they completed their attachment of their, let's say, like if somebody wants to create a logo design, very simple, or website. The first draft has been completed, the milestone one complete from the client, and they checked it, then it confirmed it. Still, they cannot get the complete payment until they finish their job, because mostly it happens like the people gone in the middle of the midway. So this is not I want, like until you can complete the job 100%. But at least it can confirm and give him the approval, like I've done like 1 or 2 or 3 milestones already, I need to complete the 4th one to get the complete payment.
So you can have, similarly to how we have DGrand set up, you have certain milestones in the job. If as they reach those milestones, that might release some payment.
Yeah, I can share with you as well. It's open up in my...
Yeah, you can share.
Oh, it's something like Upworks, right?
Yeah, I just shared it. Is it here? Let me check. Okay. Share. Is it here?
I don't have a request to share. There should be a share button or just a hotkey H actually too, I think. You should see a share button at the bottom in the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you click it, you can pick whether
you
can pick whether you got which tab. You have to choose like what screen whether you're sharing your whole screen or a tab or whatever.
I'm sharing. Once it starts, you can share it. Just a second. Share it is because it's on a. It takes a 1 or 2 minutes for loading for pre-render stuff on backend for server, so you can use it. So we've tested it like a couple of times and with the different wallets, Ledger wallets, and through SBTC and STX, both are functioning very well on testnet.
I'm not getting a screen share.
Yeah, no, I've shared you the link actually, because there is some error glitch on my end. That's why.
Oh, okay. So there's actually, can you drop it in the private chat right here?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. I got it here too. All right. I got this.
But give it like in a 1 or 2 minutes for HTTP server loading. Then it comes.
All right. So let me. That's not the one. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the platform. And let me get back on here. So
there is nothing right now because I can create it, or you can create it as a testnet. You can test right away. No problem.
Testnet? It's on testnet?
Yeah.
All right. So let me actually change to testnet wallet.
And once you confirmed it, so I can give you like or you can, if you have 2 wallets, you can put the wallet when we are agreeing with the freelancer, because escrow cleared in between, and we are putting one more, the treasury wallet, so which is getting the some few percentage for the maintenance for the website and treasury. For the whole project free.
All right, so I'm on the client page now, so I could. This is where I would create. So create an escrow is actually where I would create a gig or put forward like a scope of work offer.
Yeah.
So
and you need to put the freelancer's wallet address.
What's that? That's so it automatically.
The freelancer wallet address.
Oh, this is for. Okay, so this is after I've actually reached an agreement.
Confirmed your deal. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
So let's start from. So if I was browsing, and where would I see? So I'm on the freelancer dashboard. If I was going to be a freelancer, how could I let people know what my skill set is, or is there a way like where I can set up my user account, show some of my scope of
and
work?
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, the profile thing and NFT. That's why I just hold it up, because I'm trying to integrate the NFT stuff with the profiles individually for everyone. Like once they reach the good milestone, and the more jobs you do, you are more up on leaderboard, so they can get the rewards as well.
Okay.
So we are just working on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while.
So I'll have if I'm looking for work and I have, I'm a content creator, I can come on here. I'll be able to set up my profile, showing like my prior work, my CV, my portfolio of prior work, and then I'll have an NFT for that.
NFT, once you done the NFTs for the registration, once you achieve the good performance, then we will give the NFTs for clients for the approval, like in a 100% one, like in a legit one. Hold a second.
Okay, so you're gonna use now. Will that be like a dynamic NFT that'll like update over time as I get more work done? Keep my information on there. How's that gonna function? Oh, did we? OV, you're muted. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. It's prayer time. That's what I thought I heard. So very interesting though. So you're going to be able to submit yourself up there, and as over time as you do work, you'll be able to earn some reputation for completing work. And if you're looking for people that are doing work, you can come here and post your job, and they can engage with you and see what you're doing. See if you're interested in the job.
That's sick, dude. Earn your reputation and get some bucks for stuff that you're already doing in the ecosystem. Looking cool.
Yeah, looks cool, and it reminds me of Upwork in Web 2. So yeah, it's something good to have like a freelancer version of it in Web 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited about seeing this come online. It definitely seems to be very fast and efficient right now in the early alpha stages. So excited to see more of this.
I got a question, OV. So my question is, and it's pretty simple. What do you think your success metrics for this would be? Like, how would you measure the success of this application in the next, like, maybe a year, short-term success, long-term success? How would you measure that? What defines success for you?
OV there.
I don't think OV's here though.
No, I think he had some background stuff going on. So it's
right.
It's prayer time in where he is. So that's fine. We got about 15 minutes until Find2Earn, so hopefully he can make it back before the end of the piece. I would just say that I would expect success would be, I guess the first success would be completing the first, project, the first successful agreement where, client posted a job, freelancers post a certain number of freelancers post their account, create a profile. So having some clients and freelancers set up accounts, and then actually engaging in gigs, engaging in projects, facilitating milestones, number of payments, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I have like the few campaigns, and according to this, like which I'm thinking to run according to that, like to promote the platform, the proper commercial for it, and getting, because I have some FMCGs companies, and I can ambassadors or different wallet companies like a Zeely or anyone, or Layers wallet, which I'm thinking like we can integrate with it as well. And so to collaboration with the different platforms, so it can helpful for expanding the more.
So I
also
wonder,
there are different
I wonder if Stacks just announced a partnership with Wallet Connect. So I wonder if that actually, do you see that as being any kind of impactful on your project?
Stacks is going
I think he's dealing with background noise. So
yeah, I think he's having trouble hearing. And
sometimes network issues. There's a glitch.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries, man. So what do you expect? When do you expect you're gonna have a live on mainnet project by the end of the year?
Maybe by the end of this November I'm doing as soon as possible, because I need to move on a few more things which I'm looking for, like a gamification stuff as well on Stacks. Also the few more stuff which is already I've sent you on my document, the pitching deck. The two or four platforms I'm looking to creation on Stacks, not just only this one. I'm not sticking with this one. I'm keep going with the 4 or 5 platforms. This one is a good one. After that, the music one, regarding the interactive NFTs, which I've talked about before, like which is something different, like an FFT work. I'm creating something like a very entirely different thing. Like you don't need to QR scan or something. Just printing out. If I say the 1 GB of data, I can print it out on a A4 size paper. So anybody can, it's something different. So these kind of unusual stuff I'm trying to make usually. So I'm trying to integrate with it. Also the BSC chain, I'm trying to integrating with the Stacks actually. That's my main hook as well. On
really?
Binance, connecting with the Binance, yeah.
You're trying to connect Stacks and the BSC chain?
Yes.
Very interesting. And you're working on a music NFT
well.
project. Tell us a little bit more about that.
It's like if you got a photograph or anything, it can convert it into NFT, and you need to scan it on a decoder. Decoder is like a user interface dashboard, and encoder is only available for the developer, not for everyone. Nobody can create it because it's a very different thing, and it is difficult to comprise the audio waves into the photograph or any image, the multicolor image, and with the FFT, the complete sound waves. And sound waves can be scannable through the decoder. If you are on it, you can hear it. For the samples, people can get the samples on platform, on NFT platform, like the 4 or 5 sample of NFTs, so they can test it, they can understand how it works. So if you have the NFT, you own it, and let's say any song we have, and you own it, and you don't need the internet or anything. You just need to, same as like an offline audio, but it has image as well, the audio FFT embedded into the image form.
So
the data is embedded into audio.
You would need some kind of like an application to play it on.
Yeah, the same platform application. The same, platform itself and an application which can
So it's
But
almost
the-
like it's almost like an encrypted NFT. There's some of the data is publicly available for anyone to use. Some of it needs
Yeah,
to be
not
decrypted
exactly.
or decoded in the
Yeah,
application.
yeah, yeah.
Very cool. Actually, Zenitron, who's going to come play Find2Earn with us in a little bit, has part of his Skullcoin project. They developed encrypted NFTs. The way those work, you have them on the Gamma marketplace or on a marketplace. They show like certain, the NFTs are used in a treasure hunt game called Skullcoin, like an on-chain game, where you get some information like the type of NFT it is or the type of information that's on there. But then you actually have to have the NFT in your wallet, be connected to the platform and logged in to get like some of it's like clues for a treasure hunt. You have to go look for this, you go look for that.
Yeah, I've experienced it.
Oh, so you're
before.
familiar with familiar with Skullcoin.
Yeah.
So it's similar concept, I'm assuming, where you just have
Yeah.
some description on the NFT where not all of the data is available until you can decode it.
Also, if we can say like there's an NFT which has infinity music. It keeps going. It is designed like that way, like a radio with a synthesizing sounds, and it is keep going, like a nightfall sound or anything like in a meditative kind of stuff. Usually we binaural sounds.
So you
the
have
NFT
like
is keep
you have a
going.
little
program
you have a music generating
NFT. Yeah. Infinite music generator NFT. Exactly. These kind of stuff as well.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. When do you expect to have that developed?
After StacksWorks, I've quickly jump into the BSC connection. When after the BSC connection, I'll just dig into this one as well because I've started in 2019. I have the samples for it, but that's a very small part of audio which can put it into a single NFT. But now I'm able to put like in a 4 minute, 10 minutes of audio into one single box, which is 1080 pixels.
Very interesting. And you stream? How often do you stream on Binance?
Yeah,
daily
Oh,
daily
every
on
day?
Binance.
What's the
Every day
you
Binance.
have a group you have a group you work with? I can't remember. I don't have the website handy.
Team Matrix, Matrix Clan. Let me write. Here it is, matrixclan.com.
All right. Let me actually put that on there. So, and you guys are all like heroes. It's a comic.
Yes.
Oh, you got a comic.
Yeah.
Comic thing going on. Here's you.
Yeah.
I like the theme.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
GP's working on his own comic. He's got his Gigaverse characters and the Gigapepe and the spaceships and the memo bots. We're actually giving away. Oh, we gave away a memo bot last week. Memo bot NFT. So GP's working on some comics and stuff too. You guys should definitely get together and collab maybe.
yeah, we usually do in that way, like in a comical theater on every. Yes, we can talk to like that every time. We are the defenders of the assets. Yeah, man. So welcome to the Matrix. So this is how we always do, like in that way. And we have a global community, like from Algeria, Switzerland. Everybody's representing from different countries. I usually represent the Southeast Asians, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Arnpai is from Australia. Everyone has a bullish. We have Telegram. We are putting like in different stuff as well together. But it's rare. When we honor, there is no any higher or lower in our team. It's like we are all on a round table, and everyone is very much experienced in their analytics and their development stuff and all. So we always educating the people on Binance according to the new upcomings, AI technology and all stuff.
And so each of you guys represents a specific token to
Yeah.
the platform. And
Yeah.
down here, you're representing Stacks.
Stacks. Yeah.
Stacks in the Stacks ecosystem in this group.
Yeah.
And regularly with your live streams on Binance.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 12 hours I'm doing.
Oh, really?
8 hours. Yeah, yeah. I don't sleep. You can ask anybody. Like,
No, I believe
people
that.
know.
There's never been a time where I haven't been able to get you. I believe that. You've mentioned to me many times. I do sleep, but it's only from like 10 p.m. until about 4 a.m. and that's all I got. Which is for somebody that doesn't sleep, that probably sounds like a lot.
People keep saying to me, like, "No, please take care of your health." I say, like, 5 days are enough for me in a month, whole month. Just keep doing until I got frustrated. Actually, if I not get the result, whatever I'm coding or something, when I'm stuck in, and I'm keep awake myself to engaging with the audience as well. Meanwhile, and working on coding as well, and both things I'm going put one co-host so they can manage the live as well, and the KOLs I'm putting it. There are more. I'm bringing out like more people on theme. Metrics is centric to the Binance, but we recently launched our BSC token as well. Just as like suddenly we are just doing fun, and somebody hops in our space and say thank you. I said okay, thank you. Okay, so let's make a coin, the think tank. Okay, the Tinkerbell on tank. So we put like that. So yeah, it's good, and we do BTC parties. And what I'm doing, I'm putting like more people to get aware about the stacks. Literally, people don't know about the stacks on Binance. They are not much aware about it, and people are putting their trading into different tokens. Daily Binance is opening up the new tokens. So stacks is one of the most, what I'm seeing, like a very stable one, and it has a very good moves on each candle, and it's not like in a volatile so much in that way like other tokens are doing it. So just just making up every space is open up with the stacks. I put the stacks handle, and people can get into their stacks and interact with the stacks token, and they bought it. So more wallets hopping into the stacks.
And honestly, that's a huge lift for the ecosystem. That's more than anything else. We need developers building new projects, which you're facilitating personally. You're building some stuff. Thank you. And then we need more users and more exposure to users from other blockchains, which you're also helping us do with your streaming and Binance. So, man, I really appreciate your participation. You're welcome to join us anytime, by the way. It doesn't have to be just a speech.
Thank you so much.
Spotlight your project.
It's been a privilege. It's been an honor to be a part of your ecosystem. Like, I've been always feel bullish on ecosystem. Like, I was like a sheep, which has no way, and it's running, keep running. One day I've said, okay, now I find a way. I find the flag. Oh, somebody help me, I'm here. So yeah. It's good to see you, every single one. So yeah, what we are doing, I'm planning to do a BTC party again in this week. So hopefully, if you can join up, anybody, GP or you, anybody of you guys.
It might be hard for me to join this week because I'm traveling. I'm leaving on a long flight on Friday, and I'm going to be in Buenos Aires, and that's kind of a new thing for me. But definitely soon, I want to get on there, and I appreciate the offer. I know eventually it's only a matter of time before I join in and meet your crew and get in on some of your streams, and definitely you want to get these guys in too. They're always a good time with these guys. That's why I keep them around. We will be awesome stuff, man. We're going to be playing Find2Earn rounds shortly. Absolutely welcome to stay and play with us. Zenitron oftentimes lets the new players come and get in on the whitelist round, make it a little bit easy, maybe win a little bit of stacks meme tokens. So I'm going to play a quick word from our amazing sponsors, and then we'll be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute.
Sure. I'm here.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute.
My token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on, the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much bin as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage will also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. Yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Peace. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link, which is waitlist.biflo.finance that's being shared here. And then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have, it's still one position, right? Exactly. Just added to it. Yeah. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Yep. And then, yeah, exactly. Perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have, in this case, USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool, either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC, exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity in the pool, so than BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? Yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.10, 0.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token. Anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, you know, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, you know, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore, I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks in USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here. Like Peace, I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1-day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, pool liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over swapped for one to the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have 2 tokens as well and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around, what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool. Or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe Stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what? I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right. I'm also confirming in my wallet. So you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side. Okay. So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks out, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see, like, I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is, but I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop, or you can use the price ranges here. It doesn't matter, or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal? Every bin receives the same amount. Is it going to be curve where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yeah. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, you know, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth? So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50% from a specific range. And I could do that. And I could remove it, from both sides. Or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The full liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it, right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So. It's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep, and for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my stacks wallet? If you go to the bff.army and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links. Download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit. That form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other zero authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.